Starting in 9 minutes, my friends. Hey, Zion. Almost there. Just doing tech check. Are you ready? Everyone's waiting. So welcome back to the new vibe. The new lights are here since 1 week. Hey. So the studio is a little bit different this week because I decided I need a little bit of a more fancy light. I love LED lights. So a couple of changes. Some of the huge lights have gone, and we're like basically moved to smaller ones, which are remote controllable. I love it so far. How do you like it? After dark mode, yeah, exactly. But yeah, there's only one button here, and then we can just press this button, and it's like, boom, everything's bright. So that's basically the working mode, and this is like relaxed, and a couple more like single color and then multicolor. I love it so far. Just need to get the controller button programmed. It's actually the one. Oh. So what do we do with button number 3? Probably want to switch to a different scene. Let's use this one here. Yeah, nice. It works. Okay, how are you doing? Zion, I already seen. Steve, Dorius Ash. Good evening. So we have a little job tonight. Last week I gave you a chance to choose between different things that we were doing. One of the things was actually I wanted to. I'm gonna need more light now. So get the music a bit more down. So last week we were like unboxing the Bamboo Lab A1 with the multicolor AMS system, and it works pretty fine. I also ran the Creality High for a while and did a couple of multicolor prints, and we're also doing a multicolor print here right now, which is currently interrupted because Filament has run out. And I was also interested to see how Filament run out generally works on the. Oh my goodness, this is pretty loud, huh? On the A1 versus the Creality, because with the Creality I had a couple of issues, and I made a couple of short videos. So if you're following the channel also on like the short stream, I would say anywhere, Instagram or YouTube, you'll probably have seen that I had a very specific problem that was about the filament sensor in the Creality High, and I tried to figure out what the problem actually was. Well, how is it? Am I hitting this? So I'm just trying to change or just put in a new filament here. Is it working? Yeah. And the filament round sensor on the Creality High was triggered even though the filament was already like pulled back onto the CFS system, which was really strange. And this happened actually in the very first print that I did with this printer. That wasn't even multicolor. When the filament got retracted, the printer reported after cutting the filament and then retracting, still reported a problem with pulling back the filament. So that was kind of mentioned like error with retraction, and so it was actually thinking probably that it couldn't retract the filament back to the CFS, but actually it was retracted, and there was a little piece of filament debris, I would say a very small tiny piece, was like above the nozzle throat, and the sensor is very close to the end of the nozzle throat to really detect when the filament is cut at that very point. And if there's anything like any dirt or anything like piling up above that throat, then the sensor still triggers. And I can only imagine this happens due to a specific way how they cut the filament. Maybe the filament blade is a little bit too flexible. Maybe sometimes it's cutting a little bit too high, and then it leaves something, and then it runs the filament cutter again, and then it cuts off this little piece that's standing over the throat, and then this might tumble around in this area. This is one theory. The other theory that I had, and I also reported this back to Creality, is if you compare how fast the nozzle or the tool head is run into the cutting mechanism, it's much faster than on the Bambu Lab. So the Bambu Lab basically just pushes very slowly like that. If you have an X1 Carbon, for example, or a P1S, it's like really approaching this button pusher very slowly and then like cutting the filament. So very slowly, and the Creality is like boom, running it into, and maybe that's also, maybe some little filament piece then is created that's because of the velocity or whatever. I opened this whole thing by removing the nozzle, and that was just a tiny piece that kind of probably released. So might have been the issue, and maybe can be resolved just by slowing down. So we have filament change here. I'm just curious, problem has been solved. Yeah, exactly. Filament ran out. So I hope that the Bambu Lab A1 successfully resumes the print, and then I might be able to show you what we are actually currently printing. And also the job for tonight is basically two things. First of all, I want to get the Prusa Mini, the one that, I mean, I didn't forget about this printer, but it has been sitting in the corner of my workshop for, oh my goodness, how long? I don't actually remember how long. Probably 2 years, 3 years now. I have been actually using it throughout the years, very much like in a couple of the projects that I did. For example, with the computer case project, I printed all of the hard disk holders actually I had to print on the printer. So that was probably like 150 pairs of hard disk holders. So actually quite a lot. And then yeah, and then I think since a couple of months I'm not using it because it needs some maintenance. So there is I think where the nozzle throat goes into the cooler, we need new cooling paste, or the conductive paste, the heat conductive paste. We need to replace it. We also need to clean the nozzle and also like oil everything, grease everything, and then finally the one thing that I want to do to this printer, I want to install the Wi-Fi module. I got the Wi-Fi module. This is just an ESP8266. I think it's a $1 electronic piece. It's super cheap, and you can install it in the printers on the main board. There's a little slot where you can push it in, and before that you need to install some software from Prusa that will just enable the communication for the printer. The printer has a Ethernet port, however, since the beginning that was always there, and the Ethernet port can also be used to communicate with the printer with Prusa Link. But there's also the Wi-Fi option, and I want to try, like, while we do all of the cleaning and yeah, getting things ready again and greasing and stuff. I also want to like show you a little bit the modifications that I did to this printer. There are the tiny modifications that are not visible like at first sight, but probably at second sight you will see the differences. And I want to try out a Prusa Link and trying Wi-Fi and remote printing from the slicer program, because up to today I would say I only used Octoprint with the printer, which works fine, right? It's perfect. It's very simple to use. Like, have been using it with all of my Ender printers for over the years. Like, basically just Octoprint all day with multiple different plugins, which is awesome. Mine is also a good reason, and it's very powerful. Has so many different things that you can add to it, and awesome things like, for example, time lapse creation, which is probably one of the best with Octoprint. But Prusa recently has also added a mobile app, which I currently cannot use yet, but I'm trying to get into the testing program, and so we can potentially test that another day. But definitely want to get this up and running so we can use it locally with the slicer program. Then I have also a few little giveaways tonight. So basically just things that I found while reorganizing the workshop. So one thing that I will give away tonight is this little thing here, the mug from HeroMe. So if you remember my HeroMe series, it was a while ago when we did the last HeroMe modification to my Ender printer. Hey, good evening, 3D Snafu. So this one I got from the creator and directly sent it to me. And then we have another mug that is also going to be, I would say it's the last one from the series, Learn, Make, Repeat, which was last year's merch topic. And so these two mugs are going to go away today to someone who wants it. So no huge effort to do the giveaway. I'm just going to ask you. And then we have the third one, which is the new one, which is the Crosslink mug. This is the new design. That's going to be my mug going forward this year. So we have like two little mug giveaways. At least that's something that I'm just gonna ask you, like, who is probably interested to get them. First come, first serve. But again, the rules apply, right? Giveaway countries is basically anything in Europe, Switzerland, UK, Ireland, and the rest of Europe, but not Russia. So just to be clear. I hope that you're doing well. So tonight is 12 people already on YouTube, 7 people, and hey, Coquelson, or Coquelson probably. Is the Prusa Mini a good printer? I guess if I remember, it was one of the most reliable printers in my farm. Actually, is the Bamboo Lab continuing to print? Not entirely sure, it should be. It was one of the most reliable printers when I had the farm consisting of Ender 3, a V2, Ender 3 Pro, the Sovol SV06, the Sovol SV06 Plus, and the Bamboo printers. And I would say the Ender printers were giving me some issues sometimes, here and there, some extrusion problems. The Prusa Mini was very consistent, up to one point where I realized the extruder is kind of lacking power, or it's like it doesn't have the amount of grip that I wanted for some filaments. And also, like, increasing the print speed was a little bit harder because the extruder gears were like, it's just a single gear extruder. That means it's just an idler, and basically where the motor is, it's just one gear that's pushing the filament against the idler, and the idler is not actively driven, so there's no, like, it's not moving actively, and so it's not a dual gear extruder. And I switched the whole extruder system out That was like the major change that I did at some point, and I changed it to a Bondtech original, which is of course a bit pricey, but it was definitely worth it, I would say. So this is like the Bondtech IFS, and what makes it special is it has dual gear, of course, and it has an internal filament sensor. So a couple of the parts of the original Prusa Mini filament sensor are being reused in this extruder housing, and it detects the filament directly inside. So it's like it's a little ball that's pressing against or that's in the filament path, and it's triggering the sensor, and that was super reliable for me, right? So it's really a good combination, and also like the power of this extruder is enormous, so it's really pushing a lot, and you can print a little bit faster, pushing harder, especially if you have filament that's demanding. And then the second, I would say not less important upgrade was inside of the extruder, inside of the nozzle system. So the nozzle throat actually was replaced, and so how it works is basically you have the classic heat sock here, and we definitely need to remove a lot of the things here because it's super dirty, right? So it's like there's a lot of grease, and I probably also need to remove the sock and replace it with a new one. It's totally done, I would say, right? It's already brittle and kind of, yeah, it's probably, if we try to remove it now, it's probably gonna break. And so we wanna like get this off. And what I did is I replaced the internal throat here that's running in the cooling part here in the cooler with a all metal hot end, or a all metal throat that's touching the nozzle, right? So there is the all metal throat touching the nozzle directly. There is no PTFE tube anymore inside. The original throat is a little bit bigger inside, and there is a PTFE tube inserted that's touching against the nozzle's end, and that could create some issues sometimes, because if filament gets like in between, it can create a clog. And so this version is definitely much better. It's like definitely more reliable. But again, and there's also probably the white part, which is the thermal conducting paste. I think I used the wrong type of paste, which is not capable of running with a higher temperature, so it's probably already like the wrong paste used, and we want to like clean everything and use a high temperature thermal paste when we reinsert everything. So it could be baked a little bit together. That's a potential topic here. I'm not sure exactly what I have to expect when I get this disassembled. I hope that we can get it out, that we can get everything disassembled in the first place. And then we probably want to clean the heating block, and I actually need to check if I have a replacement sock, because the sock is done, right? It's really already kind of falling apart because of the amount of print hours that have been going for this printer, and we need to grease everything and clean stuff. It's really super dirty. The PTFE tube is exactly what I removed, right? So it's replaced with a Bondtech all metal throat. So there's no PTFE anymore inside since, actually a couple of years now, right? So I think it's now very much a good printer. So now what I did never test, honestly, besides the fact that I want to test the Wi-Fi module, I hope we can get to this point today. I have it here, so I need to actually find the drawer where it is, but we'll do it. It is definitely going to be the new also like vibration compensation, or what they have since, I think, firmware 4.0, what was it? I'm not even sure if the latest firmware is on the printer. So all these things we need to check, like what is the latest firmware, what is it already installed? If not, want to upgrade and then do like really double check everything is working again. And I think the first thing now to do is actually the cleaning and disassembling, and then reassembling and installing the Wi-Fi the Wi-Fi module. So let's start with that, and let's have some fun with this printer. So we don't need the plates for now. Also don't need the USB cable. That was for Octoprint. Again, if you want the mugs, like I will give one mug to like a person and another mug to another person. This is the original Hero Me mug. I think I got it like, was it like after the interview that I had, and I collected it, and I'm happy to give it to you. Like if you're a fan of the Hero Me system, this is actually a nice one. Usually I have to pay for it, and this is my previous Learn, Make, Repeat mug, and the new one is the Crosslink mug with the red letters, and that's my new one that I'm gonna use going forward. So let me know. They're still here. If anyone wants them, I'm gonna send them out. I've noticed that many prints I do as a hobbyist are not very big, and a printer of this size would actually be quite useful and handy. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm also interested to, like, this printer is very much same size, if I'm not completely mistaken. It's probably the same size as the Bamboo Lab A1 Mini, right? So we can compare these printers at some point once we have this one back up and running. I'd say that's definitely a thing. So let's. I think I'm gonna start like just barely cleaning the outer parts, like just getting a little bit of the, let's say the most obvious dirt off, and then we'll. Why is it wobbling that much? Is it a table? I don't know. USB stick. I don't know. Maybe it's just. It's maybe one thing with this printer is a little bit overweight on the right hand side, because there's a lot of weight on this side here. So it's, if you're like trying to tilt it over, you could probably do it. And my table, I realized last week when we disassembled the Elegoo Neptune 4 Plus, I was actually thinking that like the printer was not, I was not leveled, but actually I think the table surface here isn't perfectly flat. And it's probably the case. There might be this mat here or whatever, I don't know. But yeah, let's start with some basic cleaning and then we'll go. Power consumption quite low. Yeah, interesting question. I have a power meter here, we could try that. Come on, what's happening here? Oh, it's stuck. Oh no. So there's lots of debris here up here. There's so much dust on this printer, but especially at the end of the rails there is all kinds of dust that has piled up, sort of. Want to get it off, and we need some pliers maybe. Let me see. So it's not only dust, but it's really like fibers. Probably from, I don't know where this is coming from, but it's really kind of this has piled up at the end of the rail, right? I mean, realistically we have 2 cats in the house, so it is possible that hair from the pets is like flowing around in the air, and you're basically just stirring everything up when you run through the workshop, and then so at some point you probably like also get that kind of stuff on your on your printer, not only just dust. And then the workshop itself, there is like the heating system, which is running with wood pellets. Wood pellets are, of course, also super, I mean, the whole system is sealed, but there's still dust around, right? So still dust is going to be, if you wait long enough, you always have dust on surfaces in the heating area of the house, and that's the workshop is basically just the next room. And so it will, over time, it will definitely distribute through the basement a little bit, not terribly, but a little bit, and that's enough. Like you have all this tiny, let's say tiny coating with this wooden dust. It's not a big deal, but you can somehow see it, right? If you really look closer, you see this. So we're gonna re-grease everything later. Don't worry. So we're gonna remove the grease that's still on the rails somehow, and that grease is already like kind of polluted with dust and small hair particles probably. So it's probably better if we get everything off first, off the rails. Cats hate tech, yeah, that's true. They're always kind of annoyed when like the automatic robot cleaner, the robo cleaner is running through the basement. Yeah. Hey, nice. Red Herring, welcome to the stream. Cyrus, which mini printer is your favorite? Just bidding a Nementron, which is a positron derivative. Okay. Oh no. I don't know this project, but I had my experiences with the V100 printer. You might have been there when I did the build, and it's an interesting experience. Is the least that I can tell you. It's an interesting experience, but it is in the end not my favorite printer, because it is, I don't know, it is not very, it's supposed to be quite sturdy, but it's actually not, I would say. So there is so much room for improvement. I think that's also why at some point I was probably one of the last people who got a serial number for the V100, an official serial number. And after I did my build, there was basically zero people requesting another serial number, and then not long later or long after that, there was a new version announced, but it wasn't really announced in a way that it was available. It's still not finished, I think, at least, and so everyone like was just waiting for the new version, and that took, I think it took another 6 months before there was a reasonable progress with the new version. Some beta testers probably already have built this printer, the new version, which is also bigger. And it was also, initially I had hope that the new version was just an improvement in a way that a lot of the parts would have been just have to be reprinted, but it's basically using the same fundamental hardware, like the rails and stuff like that. But it's true that it's probably not the case anymore. Like, it's probably just, you have to get almost every single part as a new part. It's not reusing a lot of the hardware. So essentially, if I would build a new version, I'd probably just keep the old one as it is and just build the new one. So I kind of was pushed away from that, right? It's a lot of work. Yeah, it's all new parts, and it's also not cheap, right? So the new parts are even more expensive because they are bigger parts and even more high quality parts, if you will. And it's supposed to be printing even faster, so it needs to be more sturdy and stuff. So it's an interesting thing, but it's also like, as a device, in the end, not much more useful than any other 3D printer, right? It's just I would say, a proof of concept that you can print even faster, but it's not necessarily something that you need if you're just printing stuff and want to get results. Okay, so yeah, another thing that I need to remove. I want to get rid of this this part here, which is a Raspberry Pi mount. We don't need that anymore. I'm not sure if I can get it off without removing the front rail. Probably we'll do that now. Let's try this before I make any huge mistake. Is it possible? It's probably just a T-nut. At least I hope it is. I can't fully remember if it's something that I inserted after the fact. Yeah. Okay, that wasn't too complicated. Let's keep it there. So we get the Raspberry Pi. Was like, I wanted to install it here, then I never did it. Actually, I added this mount, then I always had the Raspberry Pi next to the printer. Never attached it. Question from Kokelson: what is the best, cheapest shop in EU to buy aluminium profiles and printer frame kits from? I haven't really found any other good ones apart from Redrick and hobbyshop.pl. Yeah, the thing is, yeah, you can check AliExpress. That's right. AliExpress is not bad. It really depends on the country that you're shipping to, probably. Like, how much of a risk is there that you have to pay import taxes? For, I would say, me personally, I'm always trying to get my stuff from 3D Jake, but it's not so much about single pieces of hardware. It's more like complete printers or accessories for printers. For parts, I mean, there is a lot of German companies that sell extrusions in general, right? So aluminium extrusions, you can there's probably a dozen of shops companies that do just that, and metal parts in general. So you probably have to find, if you want something from Europe, you could find something in Germany, for example. I'm not sure about the shipping rates and tax implications if you want to ship this to like in Finland. I'm not so sure. So next step, after we remove this, I think this is basically just a little bit cleaned. I probably have to use some compression air for some of the parts that we're now doing. I'm not sure how we can get this cooler cleaned, but to get it off, I will have to first remove this part here, which is the bed leveling sensor, together with the what was this? The cooler. I think it's one combined part. So, and the cables, I think we can get this off in one part. Can we? Maybe you don't even have to do it. Just getting it released, so we can now probably just leave it as it is. And there's lots of dust here. Probably have to also clean the fan a bit. What can we do? Compressed air is, most of the time, compressed air is actually working quite well. So in terms of the fan, that should be good. So, and then we get carefully to the next piece, because there is also cables that are still connected, and we don't want to any stress to the cables. So just push this up here. Cables are still connected to the hot end, and we should not pull. Now the next thing is, depending on like what we want to do with it. I think I'm gonna just remove the heat sock, and it's like, again, is it's completely broken. It's probably going to, it's not gonna survive this. Most likely not gonna survive this, and I need a new one because it's kind of baked and also like super brittle. So let's just, I think we can throw that away. It's done. And yeah, it's also super dirty. I printed a lot of PETG with the printer, and that's also like probably one other reason why it's so dirty. The printer is, so let's get the stuff off the printer again. Probably have to do this a couple of times now. Anyways, I have to clean the whole studio afterwards, I guess, because there's so much dirt now. I want to try not to make too much stuff here, put too much stuff on the table. Now the next thing here with the nozzle is, yeah, we probably want to get a little bit of the dust off. What I want to get it released, so there's two little screws here that's holding the whole Hotend throat combination in place, and now there's also the filament here in between, so not sure why. And we want to just get it out, I would say. Don't have to do, I think we don't have to disconnect this upper, the PTFE, not necessarily, but for sure releasing the two tiny screws here, and I hope this is the screwdriver is working with. Just the screwdriver is good for screws that are not super tight, but if there's really a lot of force required, it is not good, because they are ball head screwdrivers and they could potentially like just run out the inner thread, destroy it. It's not sharp actually, huh? It's not focusing. Why is it not focusing? Working now? Better? 3DO is an option maybe, huh? For the parts. You could buy this turbofan gun from AliExpress, yeah. I mean, I have one of these, like I had one of these guns, and I think currently it's disassembled because the battery is completely done. But it was not as powerful. I was expecting it to be better, and it wasn't as powerful as a fresh can of compressed air. So the fresh can of compressed air is still gives me more push. Oh my goodness, it is really baked in. That was my fear, that because of the incorrect choice of heat conductive paste, it's kind of baked now. So I'm gonna get it released carefully. But the whole thing is baked into the cooler, so there's probably this paste that has kind of gotten dry or gotten very, very, yeah, I would say it's dry, because there's also this like kind of dust coming off, and the dust is clearly a sign that the conductive paste had the wrong temperature index, whatever you might call this. It's just not for the higher temperatures. So we need to get it off. We need to carefully get the throat out together with the rest. So don't want to disassemble everything, to be honest. Maybe you can now get it slowly down. It's moving already. Yeah, that was definitely a mistake on my end. So it's getting, I think we can get it out now. Yeah, it's really powder, I would say. It's not fluid anymore. It was originally powder. So here you see, this is the all metal Hotend. PTFE tube is just at the very end, but the lower part of it is metal. So there is still a little part of it is PTFE, but like the last 2 centimeters, and that's the main difference between this version and the original Prusa. In the original Prusa, the PTFE goes down to the nozzle, and this ends probably somewhere in the middle, much better. But there's lots of filament glued to the top of the Hotend. What we can do now is heat it up carefully. And probably getting some gloves just for my personal protection. So we can now heat this whole thing up and then carefully get all of this plastic that has baked. You see, this is like really looking terrible. I mean, probably it's also corroding. Yeah, that's probably because of the humidity in the workshop, so it's like corrosion a little bit here on this whole thing. So I think we better, like, the best part, or the first thing that we need to do is like get all of the plastic off by melting it, because it's not detaching now. You can't just get it off now. This is not a good idea, just to force it. And then once we have the plastic, as much as we can, the plastic is off. I hope that we can kind of revive this thing. If it's totally done and the corrosion is too bad, I mean, still working, right? So it's probably the problem is rather, can we also remove the nozzle? Because there is lots of the corrosion is maybe also around the nozzle tip. I don't know. So, yeah, friends, while we are talking about the H2D, oh my goodness, the H2D. I mean, this is certainly an interesting printer, but it is so expensive, right? Think about it. It is like $2,200 or euros just for the, I would say that you probably don't want to get this printer without the AMS. Realistically, no one's gonna buy the printer without. I would say it is not worth it without it, because the upgrade price to get the AMS as a separate part is even worse. So, so probably everybody who's going to really be interested is going to get the $2,200 version of the H2D, and then there is like no upper bound, right? So there is the 2,700 version for the laser, and the 3,700, I don't know. Just checking if the music is still audible. No, it's not. No, we can also stop it then. Yeah, but let me know. Like, is there any technical issues? Let me know. So we're gonna next up, I'm gonna heat this thingy up. I'm gonna get some gloves just for my own safety. Don't need super thick ones, but at least something. I'm not directly touching anything. Let me get my other ones better. Okay, so at least one. This is better, just for being a little bit more safe. So I guess we need the power supply, we want to heat it up. It's probably also kind of exotic that you have a separate power supply, kind of a brick. More like a laptop power brick. Oh, it's already running. So let's have this fan somewhere where it's not hitting any part. Can we? It's not easy to have it somewhere in a direction where it's not touching. So let's get this safe position. It's not touching anything, and we can hold it here and use probably some old piece of clothing that is gonna soak it up. So don't laugh, but this is the old socks. Old socks are the best thing to do this, because they can be used for this kind of stuff. Like you can throw them away afterwards. So let's heat up to, let's start with the preheat. No, I don't want to preheat. Just want to do manual heat. Temperature. Let's go to 180 and see if that's enough already. If someone gave me the H2D, I'm sure I would use it, so, but I'm not going to pay for one. Yeah, me neither. At the moment, I don't see the use case for me. Why I would need it? Because my printers are perfectly fine, right? All of the Bamboo printers I have, the P1S, the X1 Carbon, it's just good enough. And the rare cases where I have to print something that is bigger, like say, I can also cut the print into multiple parts. And that worked for me pretty well for the last couple of things that I had to print that were actually too big. So cutting and then gluing stuff together works fine. No issue with that. So we are at 180. Let's see if we can now get the plastic is already releasing. It is. So let's try to grab it here. I'm not sure if the plastic is actually, the corrosion is visible, but there is no plastic on the parts that are corroded. I think it's really just a nozzle tip. It's kind of has a lot of plastic on it. But nothing here is releasing, so it's really corrosion. So I might have to get a new cooling block if I, or a heating, not cooling block, a heating block, if I want to get rid of the corrosion part. It's not nice. It's probably not, it's not worse, like not making the printer worse. Like it probably has no influence on the results, because the corrosion is really just on the surface of the heating block. Is why would it influence? But it's just not looking nice, right? So it's just. So let me see if I can get this part here, this part of plastic. Okay, that was easy. I think the rest of the surface is not. There's no plastic on here. It's just dirt. Corrosion, maybe, yeah. That's not really plastic. It's a little bit of plastic here. Let's try to turn it. I think most of the plastic is gone now. Tiny bit is left here. On the upper end. But it's still baked in, like pretty much baked in. So I can try, let me get some other tool. I'm gonna just a good old clipper that we can use here. Cut it off. So we don't want to touch any plastic part with this 180-degree hot piece here. But I want to get everything off the surface that I can get off. And there seems to be there was no filament coming out of the throat actually. Doesn't seem like. Because it was probably just going like, it was just pushing up inside of the heat sock. Because I think the material wasn't the best quality, to be honest. It was kind of bubbling quite a lot, creating these little bubbles that were then kind of piling up. But there seems to be, this is really just rusty, to be honest. No plastic anymore. Not sure. Maybe we should unscrew the nozzle, but it's pretty clean now, I'd say. How is it looking? Fairly well, I would say. The corrosion is everywhere. The plastic is, let's say plastic is gone now. You can try to scratch a bit off the surface, but yeah, it's okay. It's fine. It's probably still printing. The difficult part is not getting the rest if there's still plastic on the nozzle tip. I'm trying to kind of rub it off. The nozzle, don't get confused, the nozzle itself is black. It's not corrupt, it's not corrosion and not filament. It's really the black. It's a black high temperature hardened steel nozzle. The original one is of brass, so it definitely will look different. But this one is really stock. It's already black. That's why black filament on a black nozzle, you can't really see so much of the difference. It's really more about getting this, what's left over of it. I think it's it. For my taste, I would say this is fine. Let's cool down again. Now the next problem was really this part here. The cooler is still super dirty. Yeah, the heater block is I mean, it looks ugly, honestly. I'm totally with you. We could replace, I don't have a replacement, that's the problem. I would probably just go for it, but I don't have it. Maybe next time. I realized that there is a bit of filament here in this little slot here for whatever the slot was. Don't know. still fine. Yeah, but I see we could potentially just replace the whole thing. It's not a big deal. It's probably also super cheap in the end, but I don't have a replacement for that here, so I will keep it for now. We're just gonna try if that is fine. I'm personally sure that it's fine, because why would it not work anymore? It's more about it looks ugly, and so in the end you probably want to get it a replacement part. The nozzle itself is perfectly fine because it's a hardened steel nozzle. That's probably going to survive even longer than the printer itself. And I was never printing any abrasive stuff on it, so it's probably, I think it's never going to be the part to replace. So let's give it a quick. I mean, there is still a lot of stuff flying around here. Okay, keep it over here. Just trying to get my table a bit cleaner. Definitely need some vacuum at some point here. Vacuum cleaner, probably the next investment. I mean, we have one of course we have one in the house, but a separate one, especially for the workshop, would be a really nice add-on. And a special waste basket would also be. You can print a waste basket for I would say the real debris, the stuff that we don't want to recycle and stuff. And I think the rest I'm just gonna clean up later with the vacuum. Good. While this is cooling down, one of the things that we should now double check is how we do install the little Wi-Fi module. That is done over here in this electronics box. There is the main board, and there is a little slot where you can push in a little ESP 8266 module. And that module also needs to be flashed with a specific software, firmware, if you will. The Hotend is V6, yeah, that's right. Corcoran, there's a V6, it's not MK8 nozzle, it's a V6 nozzle style. It's also the short one, so it's not a volcano. That's why the printer is also kind of limited in terms of like the temperatures and stuff. So it cannot be printing too fast also, because the melting zone is quite short. So in a way it's that limited. It's more, the limit is the length of the melt zone is what it was like a couple of years ago. And you can potentially, I mean, you could replace it, get a longer throat, basically a longer heat block, and there's also a longer nozzle that then can melt faster, or like there's more time to melt and then print faster. But I think this is also not, like, for this size of printer, probably not that required, to be honest. But again, I think it's a good one that we realized, hey, we probably need a new heat block. It is corroded. Double checking where I can quickly get one, so probably then I already can replace it next week. Again, one of my favorite places to look for this kind of stuff is 3D Jake. I think it's the Prusa Mini Heat. It's not a heat break, it's the heat block. Not sure if they have this. I mean, that could also be a perfect opportunity to replace the whole thing with a Revo the Revo of Hotend. This was also a thought that I had, like, why not completely swap it out and put in the Revo? But it's probably a little bit overkill for this printer. Yeah, Falcon 3D, the Hotend had a hard life, that's true. The corrosion isn't really making such a difference, but if I get something new for this printer, I would say if that should, like, if we invest money into this printer, maybe more like the Revo upgrade, probably just the cooling block. I think the bare piece that is just 36 euros. It's not too expensive, I'd say, because I have all the nozzles already. I have also the heater blocks, so I think, like, if we can, if that's doable for 36 euros, going for Revo, why not? I mean, if you have to do everything and you don't have any Revo parts yet, no nozzles and no heater, it's more expensive. It's more like 80 bucks, but 35 sounds reasonable to me. So I'm just going to, while it's still cooling down, I'm just going to quickly remove this dust. I mean, this is not an issue, to be honest. The paste that has kind of piled up here a little bit. You see, this is all of the dirt from the heat paste that has kind of turned into dust. Because it had the wrong temperature index. Was just not for these high temperatures, for long-term high temperatures, I'd say. Short-term probably did work, but long-term it was just kind of disassembling. It's like dissolving. Okay, so here, not sure if we can clean this out. But it's kind of working, yeah. But yeah, not super important. More important is we need the right heat paste in the end. The heat conductor. I think I have one that is specifically for higher temperatures. And once I got it, just need to find it. Or we use, we can also use the one that we have here. Let me see. In my workshop, the biggest issue is that I have too many storage boxes with stupid amounts of things that no one uses. And then finding things gets the biggest issue. This is not the right one. This is not for, let me see. I think the one that I used last time was for, let me see the index here. What is the temperature limits? Let me just double check. I think it's not the right one. It's MX4, and MX4 I think is not enough. I think MX4 is, what's the limits here? Yeah, it's for overclocking CPUs and stuff. So probably not the most ideal. It's not time. Really? How is it not time? Did I miss something? Okay, let me check. Twitch. Forgot to open the notifications window.
Our subscription products and those features.
I put a review into everything I can, so handy and reliable. Yeah,
want to start monetizing right away.
Nap
so we
time.
want to make it easier for people to.
So let's see. No, not this. Not this. Just checking out whether I missed something. I probably missed a couple of. Falcon is following. Yeah, thank you very much. Eat a spoon of nuts, Xyleon. 5 minutes ago. Oh my goodness. Okay. Falcon, thanks for following. And Xyleon used 5,000 channel points to make me eat hot nuts. Okay. So I need a spoon actually. Where's my spoon? So we have the hot nuts here. Fire nuts, and probably want to get some spoon here. Couple seconds. Like let's put this to the side. I need to get the spoon. I don't want to just eat it out of the package. So I didn't forget about it. I saw it now, and I don't forget about it. Just if I forget about it, remind me. So one thing that I don't want to forget, we need a good heat paste here, good conductive. Probably we use one of Bamboo Labs. I have a couple of packages here that hopefully, I hope at least I have a few more. Recently used a couple of these little packs. Lubricant. Don't need the lubricant. Here we go. The one pack is left. Okay, one pack. We're lucky. Just a small. I mean, this is. Whoops. Here we go. Where's my focus point? Don't see it. What's going on? It's not focusing anymore. Focus cancel. Okay, so this is the thingy. Is it readable? Probably not. But this is just a small pack of thermal grease. How do they call it? Thermal grease. I would say like it's my heat conductive paste. It's supposed to be like. Why do we need it? Is this still hot? No. So why do we need that? Essentially just the throat goes into the cooler block here, on a cooler that is where the fan is blowing. So this part, where are we? Are we in the right spot? Yeah. So in this section, basically what happens is the upper throat is getting cooled, but like for this to work, it needs to have a good connection to this cooling block, right, where the air is flowing through. And so that's why we want some good thermal paste. And this part is also getting pretty hot. Like if it's not getting cooled properly anyways, then it's getting hot, but it's also when it's getting cooled, still there is a lot of heat coming from the nozzle. It's just creeping up, and then it gets basically just removed by the blower fan. But for this to work, we need some paste here on the upper throat, so it gets a good connection. Now, I probably last time used the wrong type of thermal grease paste, and that wasn't withstanding the heat. I mean, you don't need tons of this stuff. Like just a small thin layer is enough, and then we can just push it back in. And that's it basically, and then it's cooled down now. We're gonna carefully push it back in, and now it should have a better connection, so the heat can get transferred from the throat to the cooler and then blown out here, and then it should be good. Now we need to fix. We did forget the PTFE part. Oh, good one. I forgot about it because it's still required for this specific type. There's another version, I guess. I think there was also a version that's completely out of metal, but I'm not entirely sure if it was for this type of Hotend. So let's fix it back into place. There's 3 little grub screws holding the throat and don't want to press too hard. It's just there to keep it from moving and also falling. Part number 2, we want the fan back in place in the right orientation. And there is this middle section here. That's mainly just for holding the cable, or just keeping the cable from getting twisted. Just need to get it in the right orientation, to be honest. I forgot how that was this way, I guess. Yeah, it must have been this way, actually. So here we go. Everything is back into the place where it has been, hopefully. So blower fan and this little middle piece. Cables are good. Now we need our screw. Where is it? Here. Come on. And we get the cable down a bit. Come on, get it in. First one. Okay. Second one is down in the corner. Okay, so is it better? So now we can assemble this back together, hopefully. I think there was no screw down here. That was up here, actually in the corner. So that's the place. Where is it? Here we go. So cables are back in place. I think we need to tighten the cable holder a bit. So this is just preventing the cable from just getting too much stress. Everything else is, I think, in a good shape. Position of the nozzle seems fine. Probably need to calibrate zero distance and stuff like that. Of course, it's probably now even slightly different is enough to get our first layer totally destroyed. But we will do it. Now, I think we can just give it a kind of a checkup if it's still working, especially the fan. And at some point probably also need to replace the fan. It's still working, it's not really rambling. So let's give it another heat up. Just see that it is still working. Nozzle temperature up. Okay. Hey, Tony from Hawaii, welcome. The silver paste from CPU cooler. It might have been the thing that I had last time. I'm not sure. Maybe I used this. This is the MX4. That is, I think I had it for a CPU cooler and I kind of forgot about where it was from. And so I used it and it was probably the mistake. Not terrible. I mean, I had so many successful prints even with this thing. running with the wrong terminal paste. So that didn't cause any, I would say it didn't cause any issues, but it just created a lot of this dust, and at some point I got concerned that it might be a problem, but I think it wasn't a real problem in the end. It was just ugly, just looking ugly, but yeah, that's it. So from here, I think we can, yeah, it's working. So it's heating up, it's working. So nothing broke. That's the most important part, that we didn't like cut off any cables, or we like kind of destroyed the sensor or whatever. Everything that can happen, all the bad stuff, that can happen. Hopefully didn't. Definitely need some kind of waste basket. We probably need to print one. I need a nice waste basket with maybe some kind of tilting top. I already found one that's actually nice. Okay, so the heat up works. Yeah, next, I'd say let's figure out how to do the small ESP module. To be honest, I didn't research too deeply into this topic. I think it is on Prusa's website. So just gonna bring up the page so we can look at it together. Yeah, let's go. Prusa Mini ESP. I think there must be some kind of manual about how to install it. I got this module already. It is a super cheap thing. I mean, they sell for $6.49, but the module that you can get it on AliExpress for $1 basically. It's super cheap. Why is it German? Yeah, I probably need to switch to English at some point in this computer. So, is there a how to install the adapter? Latest firmware is installed. So we need probably the latest firmware for the printer. Maybe let's do that now because it's already here. The page is already here. So I have the USB stick. Can just delete this file. And let's install latest firmware. And then also we need to get the firmware for this little module and figure out how we flash that. Mini English firmware 622. Okay, let's use the English one. Copy. Paste. Good, good. Eject. So that's step one. Getting the latest firmware on the printer. I mean, can just keep it like that. So how to do it? Easy, easy, easy peasy. Just switch off. Put this stick in. And back on. New Wi-Fi firmware available. Yeah, flash. Not even sure. Like, why does it say new Wi-Fi firmware? I didn't have the Wi-Fi firmware yet. Let's see. Assembly instructions. Okay, so how do we get it installed? Just double checking. Is the firmware downloading? Installing. Okay, let me find this little module now while this is running. So we have it at hand. Let's see. I have it somewhere here. Somewhere. In the deep, deep pockets of this shelf here. Somewhere here. Okay. Most likely here. Yeah, that's it. Hope this is working. So that's the ESP module. Why is it not sharp? This is a tiny, tiny circuit board. It's just basically just a Wi-Fi chip on it, nothing else. So it's really super small thingy. You see? And here's the Wi-Fi antenna. And that's just basically just the two chips here. That's the combined module. So, complete calibration test before using the printer. Fine. Question is, I think we need to double check network, Wi-Fi, status gone. Okay, so there is no Wi-Fi installed yet. I was just hesitating whether the module is whether the module is already in, but I didn't never do it. So we can now follow all of the instructions. Switch off the printer and let's get this thingy installed. I'm not sure that they didn't mention that they need some kind of pre-installation of software on the module, which is a bit strange. But let's find out. So, what are the steps to do here? Prusa Connect and Prusa Link. Installing Wi-Fi Prusa Mini. Let's get back to the start. Purchasing the module, yes. Check this table. Maintained by the community. I guess the table is basically just telling us which modules are going to work. I have honestly no clear idea whether what kind of module this is. I think this is an ESP. What is it written on it is? Let me find out. Oh man, it's so tiny. I need my magic glasses. Actually not. Does not. What is the type? ESP1 or 01. I have a couple more of these modules, to be honest, but they were for a different purpose, actually for a different project. Can double check if any one of them is different. I think not. They're all the same. So I'm 99% sure that this one is the right one. But I could be wrong. And I think we'll just find out by testing this. Hope that it works. Okay, so let's do what's in the instructions. First step. Okay, directly blah blah blah. We purchased. Okay, then we wanna open up the box. Fine. That's easy. There is one screw here. It's holding the cable. And that's already open now. So let's look. Ooh, okay, so there's definitely no module installed here. I hope I can give you some insight with the overhead. I'm not sure if we can hit the right angle here, because there is the whole extrusion is... it's not working. I guess it's not working. Let me find a better spot for you to see what I'm doing here. Let's try. So let's get a bit more into this corner. How about now? It's probably better. Problem is I cannot reach the manual. Let me get my mouse a bit closer. So, what are we supposed to do? So, the module will be installed right here, like under the power switch. That's why they want me to like basically just remove the power switch or push it out. That's not the easiest, because it has these little clips on both sides. You basically need to push them simultaneously. Both sides need to be pushed in. Not very easy. Not sure if I can do it. This way it's snapping, and this just snapped into place. And this way it should work. It's now at least one side. I'll try the other. Oh, why is it so hard? Okay. Working now? Don't want to destroy the little case here, because it's also 3D printed. It's probably not the most rigid plastic. Can I push it out? Come on, don't snap back into place. So one side is out, the other one doesn't want to. Come on. Don't want to brute force it too much. We need a different screwdriver. Or the pliers will work. Just need something flat. Pushing here. Okay, now it's working. So now it's just basically just getting under this little switch here. There is the little connector. What next to do? So what we do now? Yeah, we were checking the bodyboard. I'm not sure. Do we need to check the bodyboard? Wondering which version this is. 105. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly the same version. So the switch is out. Yeah. Then USB drive with at least 10 megabytes of free space. Why USB drive? Okay, so how do we plug it in? Probably, yeah, it's probably this is the only way how it works. Facing that direction. Okay, touching. I'm always careful with touching the stuff, but here we have basically no choice. Let me get my gloves. The gloves are even too thick. It's not working. Okay, so let me try carefully one more time. So I guess this works. Now push it down like that. So it's in place. So sitting in place, Probably just want to keep it like that. We want to try the software first before reassembling everything. So the module is in position. Here you see it. I've pushed it into its little slot. Input shaper is available. Yes, that's the new thing. That's part of the new firmware, input shaping, and I want to test it out. Definitely one of the things that I want to see. How is it actually making a difference? The printer is supposed to print faster with it, so I'm really curious how much of a difference this is going to be. So let's see. Can you please go away? There's another window here. So we have this tiny little module there underneath the power switch. Next part. What next? Push the power cable back. I think I'm gonna not do it now. I just want to see if it's working. The nut must not fall out, yeah, makes sense. So what do we do with the firmware? I think we have the latest firmware on the printer. That's something we did already. We did install the firmware. And what do we do here? How do we install it? I'm just curious. Wi-Fi module. So we probably need to turn it on, right? And just figure out if it detects the module, and then when it has found it, hopefully also doing the Wi-Fi setup. Probably need to reset it. Let's try. Okay, I'm switching the printer on. I will let you see the screen, because we don't need anything else, to be honest. Nothing but the screen is important now. Flashing ESP. Oh, it's already found it. Okay, that's great. So it figured out it has the module and it's already trying to flash it. Okay, you don't see it, honestly. Okay, there it is. There it is. So it's already flashing the ESP module. It found it. Nice, nice, I like it. So we could have some luck here. It's actually working without big effort. So, flash. Please complete calibration and test before using the printer. Yeah, we probably have to do it because it's the completely fresh firmware. So let's probably just give it a kind of a factory reset or something. System factory reset. Reset settings, or do we just, do we just have another option? Not sure where this was, to be honest. There is at least a network Wi-Fi menu now. No access point. Wi-Fi wizard. Let's try that. Scan networks. Okay, so it's finding the networks. That's great. However, yeah, we can probably do the calibration later, but I don't want to do a complete factory reset because that's going to probably reset all of our settings. Also, like, let's try. Where is the calibration menu? I forgot. Calibrations and tests. Okay. Why is the x-axis test failing? How's that possible? Is it really failing, or is it just... it probably was from a previous try, whatever. It probably doesn't hurt if we do some of the tests. While we do that, we can also do the oiling at some point and the greasing, but I'm not sure if this is the right menu. Let me see, what was the question here? Is there input shaper available? Yes, that I answered that already. Okay, so let's see if that works. So the checks, why is the Z-axis test failing? That's really weird. Not sure what the problem is. Best guess is we just reset the. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to keep the printer on an old hard reset. USB with firmware. No, we just reset settings and stuff when we start over. Makes the most sense to me because all of the settings, like there was a super old firmware on this printer before I installed new firmware, and I'm not sure if this really makes sense to keep it on the old like set of settings that have been. I think the factory set is the safer way to go. And then we start all over with the configuration. Meanwhile, I'm going to close, I think it's safe now to close the electronic box. So let's see if we can do this. Okay. How was it here? It's not like that. Oh my goodness, I have to pull the plug one more time, unfortunately. So, because I did this in the wrong way, cable was not running in the right way. But yeah, we're gonna finish this soon. How is this working now? Have the cables been swapped? Is it possible? Yeah, probably. So I need to push this one a bit out. So this should be fine now. Just want to get the electronic box closed again so that everything is back into its original place. Can we do it? Okay. So let's see. Cable has enough slack. That's fine. So now back into the firmware. English, Français. No, we don't want to. Français is not the right one. This is your printer. Yes, we guide you. Printer type mini. Printhead. Now hardened steel. Yes, that's right. High flow. No, it's not a high flow nozzle. Yeah, that's not a high flow nozzle. But it's hardened steel. 0.4. Done. So now it's going for the network. Genau. go directly for Wi-Fi. How is this done? Interesting. Oh, shit. So, good. Is this working? This is my separate connection that I just set up for the printers, just to test. Is it working? Yes, successfully connected to the network. Set up Prusa Connect. Well, certainly, let's do it. Registering the printer to Prusa Connect. Okay, fine. It's doing it. Scan the QR code using Prusa app or visit Prusa.io. Okay, so we probably want to do this. Let's see. Do I have the Prusa app yet? Yeah, I think I got it. Do I have it? No, I have to get it. But there's also a separate app now. This is not only that app, but it's also, I think there's a new app that I need to get if I want to see the latest stuff. Prusa. Let's see if it works. Let's see if it works. We'll see. Okay, so I don't have any printers in the app yet. I can scan the code now. Hope so, at least. Okay, so it seems to be the printer name. Let's give it a nice name. Let's say Prusa Mini Bontech or something, because it's kind of a modified version. Okay. Studio. So, let me switch over to here again. Is it working? Here we go. There's my printer. You see it? Printer Bontech is registered. And I think what I want to test now is printing something directly from the app, but we need to go through the calibration to the end. So that's done. Run self-test and calibration. Yes. Okay. So, after years of neglection, this printer is finally getting some use again. I hope it is successfully going through all of the tests. Good. The hot nuts. We still need to do hot nuts. We need to do the hot nuts. I'm a bit scared. My goodness. So here's the hot nuts. I don't have the spoon yet. I'm just gonna go for a good handful of the hot nuts. Where is it? Here. Good handful. My goodness. My goodness. Hot stuff. I need something to drink. Oh my goodness. It's probably not a good idea to drink something right afterwards. Oh. What, that was hot. It's burning. It's an afterburner. Oh my goodness. I mean, I'm kind of used now to hot stuff. I'm probably eating a lot of hot stuff, but that's still kind of an experience. Yeah, spline. You still got the KE. Ah, that's good to hear. Is it still working? I hope so, at least. Printer still going through the calibration. I hope it is working. Before it was kind of reporting some Z-axis issue. I hope it is this time it's working. Why is there a problem? What kind of problem is there? I don't get it. It's doing, I mean, it's fine, right? It's detecting, it's going up. I just don't get why, what kind of Z-axis problem there is. Is anything blocking the printer from going completely up? No. Now it's going back down. Don't fully understand where the issue is. So we might need to look into the log files when they're... Just gives me a red X here on the Z-axis. I don't know what. Continue anyway, yeah. Strange. Very strange. Never had that, honestly. This is new. But I didn't do the Z check for ages. So maybe we need to do something. I don't know, did we change some settings, whatever. Let's keep the heater test running. I'm just trying to figure out if there's anything written about this problem anywhere. Strange. Cat turbos, yeah, I mean, I did clean everything. I'm just, the weird part is when the printer is coming down again, like it's the sensor, the probe is working fine. Prusa Mini Z-axis calibration failed. Why? What's going on? The Z-axis resistance. Maybe we need to grease it and see if that works. The two M3x20 screws that secure the trapezoidal nut to the X-axis was... We have no X-axis problem, we have a Z-axis problem. No idea. Maybe just greasing it could work. Let's see. I don't think that there is any huge resistance there or something. Doesn't feel like that. But maybe just continue. Yes, continue calibration. To calibrate with the loaded filament, press next to load filament, press load. Okay, we don't have any filament. Okay, let's put some filament in. Whatever, let's take the blue one here. How is my filament holder here? So let's just put some filament here. Here we go. Just want to make sure it's not tangled. Okay. Good. Okay, so we're just loading some PLA, I would say. Load. PLA. Yeah, do it. Oh. Ah. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's one thing that that was part of the whole Bondtech upgrade, because we now reset everything to factory. We need to reverse the extruder. Okay, so let's just unload. Stop. Damn it, we cannot load filament now. Damn it. That's bad. Can we just we probably have to turn the thingy off. Damn it. So the problem is that the Bondtech has a reversed gear direction. Basically just extruding, the motor has to turn in the other direction. There is the way to do the setup in the printer. I completely forgot that. So what we probably need to do is we need to figure out how we get into the setting menu before anything else happens. Or we just do it here. And I think there was one way to yeah, extruder direction is reversed now. And then we have the steps. I think the steps were also different. The extruder steps were different. Let me find that information. Bondtech IFS mini steps. There was E-steps value 415. 415. So holding. Extruder direction is wrong. Wrong. 415 is the default for the Bondtech. And I think we can then save that. Okay. So that was important because it's not working without it. However, I don't think that this has anything to do with the problem on the Z-axis. I think greasing, just adding some grease is what we should do. So where's my Prusa lubricant? Here we go. So I would say we just put some lubricant here on this part, so we can run it up and down. And then we also need some lubricant here on this side and the other side. So let me run the printer. We can do some checking. Where was it? Always forget about this. Control. Calibrations. Set access test. So let's see. So the printer should now come up and get run through the upper section where we have the grease now, and then we'll also grease the lower part when it comes down again. So we have some grease here. Should be good. Doesn't have to be too much, to be honest. If we do this multiple times, it's gonna like kind of self-distribute. Okay, so grease is, especially the lead screw should be greased well. It's already distributed, but it doesn't change like the, this kind of weird error message with the Z-axis test. I don't know why. First layer calibration, this is probably the next test. Yes. And now we can try to load the filament again. Motor direction should be correct. Yes, it's loading. So, let's see. Making some progress here. Back gyro knows the problem. Z to 190, where did I miss this? If you have the Bondtech, you need to adjust in a hidden menu. Yeah, this is the two second press. Yeah, that's what I did to get into the steps menu. That's right. So I did not know that there needs to be a different Z height setting. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, let's just finish the Z calibration as a first, and then we can go back and fix that problem. Good point out. Just looking at the original page, was it mentioned there? Maybe I missed that. They just mentioned E steps. Interesting. But they didn't mention, they did not mention that height settings to be changed. So filament was already extruded. Yes, color is correct. Okay. Next up is the Z calibration. Okay, so taking a couple of seconds, heating up. Nice. I think we should get, I need my waste basket. So let me figure out if I had the latest Prusa slicer. No, so I just want to install it. I'm going to install Prusa Slicer latest in the background, so we don't, we just have that. Software download. Okay, so what is happening now? Oh, it's just going through the points and probing. So let me not forget about the Z height later. Please remind me. Oh, I can print 5mm higher. That's actually great. Yeah, that might be that here we gained 5mm at the upper end. I don't really remember the original size of the original extruder, but it could be. Interesting is that Bondtech is not mentioning that. That we had to find it out ourselves. It's interesting. But thanks for the hint. I think this is worth that. They should have it on our website, but the printer is also already quite old, so it's like probably no one's going to be interested in on their end. I'm not sure, but maybe it's worth like just checking with them. Okay, so I'm just installing Prusa Slicer, and what it's doing is installing, it's printing the. Okay, it's starting this first layer thingy, and that's probably pretty far away now, so we should go down so that it sticks. It's still not. It's not even close. Oh my goodness! It's not sticking at all. So. Now we're getting closer. No, it's not really. It's not sticking. I mean, probably should clean the build plate, but we're still like so far away. Yeah, it's still very far up. My goodness. Okay, this. I think it's starting to stick now. Just barely. We're still far up above the. I mean, we probably have to repeat this. Z height was completely off. Nothing is sticking. So I think we just keep the minus 0.9 and we just repeat it. I mean, it's possible that I kind of I moved the sensor or something moved, and we also did the whole thing, disassemble of the nozzle, the hot end. Could be that it's now in a very different position, or that it moved a bit up. It's possible that I pushed it up higher than it was before. Yes, we repeat the last step. Okay. Probably give it a little bit of a clean, so we 100% sure that it's sticking, or there's nothing like finger grease stuff on the build plate. Let's see. That should be fine now. Yes, let's start with 0.9. And I think we're pretty close to getting the right value dialed in. Meanwhile, I can also grease the x-axis here a bit, because I also removed basically all of the grease from it. Just a tiny bit. And this one here. Tiny bit of grease there. Dup, dup, dup. Oh. Don't come too close, my friend. Okay, bit on the lower one. That should be enough. Hello from Sweden. Hey, what's the name? R2D2. R2D2. Oh, you're a Star Wars fan. I'm also a big fan of Star Wars. Huge fan. I really love the movies. So Prusa Slicer is ready. I think I will log in. So we want to do the calibration. Just finish that. So 0.9 was still a bit too far. Still not sticking. Let's go to -1. Still not sticking. -1.1. Oh my goodness. Is it beginning to stick? Yeah, it's kind of starting. Getting better now, but we still have some room here. That's not really satisfying yet. I mean, it should be really sticking quite well. So it's squeezing the first layer. I probably don't want to do too much, but a bit more can't hurt. -0.4. And I used to like push it with my finger nail, just that it's not coming off. But that looks, yeah, that sticks quite well. We can give it a try with that. Okay. There are only 3 Star Wars films. Yeah, I agree. I agree. So let's give it a shot with Prusa Slicer. What I want to do now is just set up the login optional. Okay, we don't need that. We don't need it, but we can do it. Let's do it later. Don't need the Prusa login. Prusa printers, yes. So let's just select the Prusa Mini Plus with 0.4 nozzle. Nothing else. I mean, what was there? Another Prusa Mini? Legacy profiles. No. I think it was about the input shaper version. Yes. Okay. My profile. No, we don't need a custom profile name here. We want to do. Basically, we want to do PLA. What do we else have? Body does filament PLA, might be, might be not. I'm not using it anymore, to be honest. Extruder, fiberlogy, filamentum. Generic. I think a generic is fine. Just trying to figure out if there's anything that I'm using here. Actually not. So check for updates, update presets, yes. Yeah, okay. Go expert mode, finish. Okay, so. So we should be good here. And let's take a look at the result of our first layer. It looks quite well. So the first piece that it's printing should be, yeah, it still has some little, there's some tiny gaps still between the little individual layers, but I think we still can give it a try printing something and then figuring out. I don't want to repeat this, no. Now we want to go back to the settings as suggested. So we're going to go to settings, system, and then hold button. And then we have Z-axis length. We're going to go for 190. Save and return, yes. And then we do the calibration or the test again. Hope this time is working. Let me get some more grease on the Y-axis in the meanwhile. Just a bit. Okay. This is fine. So, control, calibration, Z test. I'm curious if this is now working. Let's see. And then what I want to see working as well is printing from the app. So let's see. I'm in the meanwhile, I'm looking at the app. Interesting is, app is already showing in real time. I don't know if you can see this yet. It's showing the temperature. It's also showing the Z-axis. So it's almost real time. So you can monitor that. What is not yet working, or what that's a different app now. This is, I think it's Prusa, how is it called? Prusa, Easy Prusa or something. This is just for monitoring your printer. It's like you cannot send a print from this app yet. There is another app. I'm not sure if this is already available for the public. Software. I think that app is still kind of in beta. Let me see. Don't switch. Just looking for Prusa. Let me see if I can find it. Easy Print, yeah. Easy Print is the app. Easy Print, Prusa Easy Print. And I think to get it like Prusa Easy Print, you need to be in a kind of a beta group. Not sure. Early access. Yeah, probably was too late about that. Hey Daniel, I'm trying to find someone on Twitch that knows about LEDs and ways to fasten them to different materials. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, I just saw an image and it looked like you were doing something electric, so I would pop in and ask. So yeah, maybe what is the specific ask that you have? Is it? I missed the point. Did it work? I think probably was successful, right? So what's the ask exactly? Do you want me to talk about LEDs? I don't know so much about LEDs. I have worked with LEDs in different forms, probably most with LED strips. But yeah, what are you trying to build? Maybe you could start a little bit elaborating about what you're doing, and then we have a great community actually of people that have done all kinds of different things already, and maybe you can find a solution together. So maybe just put a little bit more detail in the chat what you're trying to achieve, so we can help you. So you have probably some kind of cosplay mask, and so you want to glue the LEDs into the inside. I've seen a lot of people doing this with glue gun or like hot glue. Probably will like the temperature of the glue is quite high. If you think about it, if you ever touched like the hot glue when it was really hot, so if you really give the hot glue gun enough time to heat up so that it is really fluid, not like just enough fluid to work with it, but really fluid, and it gets on your fingers, it is like you're gonna get burned, right? If you have a, like, let's say a reasonably high temperature hot gun, glue gun. And so it probably depends a little bit also on the LEDs, like how hot are they going to get? My guess is they are not going to be that hot to melt the glue. But if you're working with LEDs and they are high power or like very bright and consume a lot of power, you need to have some kind of cooling solution anyways, right? I don't want to calibrate the distance of the nozzle, but it's going through it again? Okay. Okay, we want to finish that. It kind of like, it's probably going through the procedure starting from the Z-axis calibration now. UV resin, that's an interesting option, yeah, that's right. Resin is actually not too bad. I mean, I have this, like, where do I have it? Two component epoxy glue. It's basically resin, right? So you could try the 2 component epoxy, and let me find it. It's kind of dangerous stuff. So I put it somewhere down here. No, not wrong. Oh, I put it in the workshop. No, I think I have it in the workshop. Basically, you know, there is these. Basically, there is these. Also looks similar to the glue gun, but there's like 2 component tubes, and there is also like a pusher that you can get, and the 2 components get combined in the nozzle of that gun. So we like this pushy tool, and that sticks like that sticks so well. It's you're probably never gonna get it off, right? 2-part epoxy. I mean, you can mix it yourself. There is 2-part epoxies in, let's say, 2 different tubes available, or 2 little containers, and then you can just use some kind of spoon and then put a little bit of that and a little bit of the other one in a kind of thing that you want to throw away later, so some kind of plastic cup or whatever. Mix it and then apply it. The glue, this little gun with the 2 tubes where there's a pusher behind, that is doing that in the nozzle tip, and so you don't have to mix it yourself. The mixing happens in this. There's a spiral inside, like a spiral shape, and it mixes the 2 components in the very tip, and then you could just push, and it's like gonna push the glue out. So I think you can find that on Amazon pretty cheap actually, and for that specific purpose, probably just enough to get one of the packages, and also the kind of the pusher mechanism for $10 or something, right? Maybe I can find it. I just recently bought it. And that works pretty well. That is super sticky, but it's also, you probably want to get good ventilation when you do this. Maybe do it outside. But that is, I say, a pretty solid gluing solution if you don't want to get this apart ever again. Now, if you want to, maybe you want to at some point replace one of the LEDs. That could, then it would be better to use the hot glue, because that is still removable somehow, right? You can still heat it up, and the transparency of that, I have no idea. But there's also like transparent resin, right? The UV resin, there's a transparent resin available. Not sure how easy it is to get this, to use it as a glue actually. Like it's probably fluid, and then you have to, apply it and then use the UV lamp to harden it. It's also gonna stick, but it's a different way to apply it, right? It's not like it doesn't really behave like a glue in the beginning. Let's see, 2-component epoxy. It's unfortunately German, but I think I can give you the rundown here. This is what I am using, right? This is just the package, 5 minutes to dry. There is a nozzle coming with it, and also a spare nozzle. You can kind of guess the spiral mechanism in the nozzle tip, and then it gets pushed out. The 2 components are in separate syringe tubes here, and then there's also this is a separate thingy. I think there's the pushers. I mean, you do push it manually as well, right? You just push from the back. It's just like a syringe mechanism. That's it. But there is also a more like easy way to do it with the. Where is it? Here we go. This is what I mean. The mixing and dosing gun, whatever. This is pushing the 2 like the the levers or whatever you might call it, and that makes it a little bit easier. But of course, you can also do it manually, right? But I got this one and then a couple of the packages, so I can use it anytime I need it. Did never try the transparency of it, to be honest. UV resin is probably clear, yeah, but it's, yeah, I mean, why not? It's worth a try actually. So I did not get invited to the Easy Print. So probably Easy Print we can test another day, but we can definitely go and test the printing from Prusa Slicer. So we don't want to repeat the tests, no. And my friends, thanks to Black Cryro, it worked, and all of the check marks are green now. So ours like changes in the Z-axis height. Fix that as well. I think we're good to go now. I think we can print something just to figure. Test. Maybe just go for Speed Benchy. Shall we? So, let's see, Prusa Mini. Was there a test file? I guess so. Input shaper, blah, blah, blah. Where's the file? Speedboat race mini IS. can just risk to print that, I guess. But it is, okay, that doesn't work with the network because it's a G-code file. Probably just want to go for using the original file. 3D models from Thingiverse. So let's get the Benchy, because we want to see the input shaper working and a little bit of a speed upgrade, right? So we have 0.2 millimeter speed as a profile. It's pretty small, I hope you can still read it. We have generic PLA. We have the original Prusa Mini input shaper, and that's basically what we can do. Now, according to the speed Benchy rules, we can like bend, we can change the settings a bit. So a couple of the settings are, so let's change that. So we probably want to change a couple of the things according to the rules. So we get closer to what's an actual speed Benchy. Let me see, speed Benchy rules. I always forget about that. There is a kind of an extensive list. There is, here we go. So max line width 0.5, layer height 0.25. We can basically just tweak the settings. Layer height to 0.25. First layer we want to keep with 0.2 because of the first layer calibration. Max line width 0.5. We can like probably push it a bit. Layers, let me see, layer width. Let me see, minimum shell thickness, 0.5. Shell thickness, but like layer width. I think this was somewhere else. What was the infill settings? 10%. So 10% infill. 3 top, 3 bottom, 2 walls. Okay, what was this? 3 bottom, 3 top, 3. 3 top and bottom, 10%, 2 walls. I think 2 walls was already set, was it? Yeah, parameters 2. The line width could help a little bit if we push a bit more. Let me see, where was the line width setting again? I think it was in the extruder settings, right? Was it? Nozzle diameter? No. Let me see, where did the line settings go? Did I just not see it? No, that's not it. That's the infill, skirt and brim. We definitely don't want a brim, no brim. We don't want any support. Speed. Multiple extruders, no, not really. Advanced, here we go. Default extrusion width should be 0.5. That's just the maximum. Let's go with 0.5 for everything, because that's potentially speeding up a bit. Because we can spare, at some point we can spare a few. I mean, infill 0.5 is probably not that. Could potentially speed up the print a bit because we don't need that many parameters. So what's the print times? Print stability issues. Why? Low bed adhesion. Yeah, we're gonna risk it. 45 degrees. Yeah, that's also that's good. That's allowed. Let's go back. Rotate, come on, rotate thingy. 45. So what was it before? But I did not see that. 40 minutes. So that's not pretty. That's not a great thingy. That 40 minutes is not great. What was the original claim? 23 minutes. No, this was on another printer. So what should I print at? Typical Ender 3 can print in 1 hour. What was the mini result? Is there any? No, this was not this page. Here we go. What was the original claim? Benchy claim. Is there any time that they mention here? I think the 26 minutes. Okay, 26 minutes is the thing that we need to beat. But the question is, like, what kind of settings did they use to print that? Is there anything mentioned here? The official rules, right? I think it's like we can push it even further, but the question is like what kind of settings were used for the 26 minutes? If it tells now 40 minutes, we're not there yet. Probably we need to add to some acceleration values changing. What is the most time spent? For the parameters, overhangs is almost nothing. I think the external parameter settings, let's find out if we can speed stuff up a bit. So, what are the speed settings? Here. External parameters. So I think we can just push it. Say we want to go for 160. Everything. Just find out if that works. Top solid infill, I wouldn't actually slow down, to be honest. I'm not interested in quality that much. We want to stick within the rules. Like within the rules, we just go and modify anything except like the basic things like the parameters. We can also figure out if we can do more acceleration. So external, what is the 4000 for the infill? Bridges 1500 first layer. We could just push it a bit more for the first layer. Default acceleration is 2000, so maybe let's go with 3000 and figure out, does that change significantly? How much does it change the time? Nothing. I'm wondering, where's our limitations? Where are we limited? Are we limited in the movement speed or are we limited in the acceleration? Dynamic overhang speeds, no. And I think there's also something with cooling. Auto cooling is slowing down and we don't want to do auto cooling. So maybe let's try with the original default. Here we go. So we have 28 minutes. Now the other 2 minutes we could just squeeze out using the acceleration settings, I guess. But there is like overhang speeds will slow you down. And there is another setting here that's called auto cooling that essentially means the printer is going to slow down in areas where there is an overhang or where there's like anything that's overhanging or bridging, it will slow down the print. So I'd say like this is also allowed. What else can we do? Infill combination. Can you combine infill layers to double every? I'm not sure. Combine infill layer. I mean, is this within the rules? I am not sure. We can like what can we do there? Infill combination automatic every 2 layers, but then if I do this, is this changing anything? Still not faster. So if we combine infill every 2 layers, I'm not sure if this is allowed, to be honest. and it's not changing the speed in any regard. So I would say just don't use it. I'm just looking for things that actually make this thing faster. So one thing was definitely the slowdown. Maybe a bit more. We go for 2500 acceleration default. Is that helping a bit? Not really. Then we could be limited. I mean, another limit could be the flow rate in the filament. So let's see if the flow rate is defined. What is max volumetric speed 14? That could also be the limit. So in a way, what we probably need to do to figure out if we can push it further, we have a high-speed filament in here, right? So we have a Ethan high-speed filament in the printer. We could push the, if we push the volumetric to 16, I think 20-ish is even possible with the material. The material is a bit better in terms of it's flowing faster. So I think 20 was the maximum that for this material, theoretically. But the question is if the printer can handle it. We go down to 27 minutes. Now we are very close. It could work, but yeah, as you say, it's questionable. If 14 is the default here. To find out what we would need to do is we would need to print a flow rate calibration. I would say we just risk it and go for the 28 minutes now and just run it. And then afterwards we just save everything in a file and we just save all the settings, and we are going to we're gonna try a flow rate calibration test to figure out the flow rate of this Hotend with the all metal throat and the different material which is supposed to be printing faster. So maybe you can push it a bit more. And the extruder is also dual gear, so it can push the filament harder, and like it can also like help a little bit. It's a better extrusion system. It's the Bondtech IFS, which is it's way more powerful than the original one. So let's try that. And just want to log in. So what I want to try, the printer is now connected via the Wi-Fi connection. That was the beginning of the whole thingy here, the project, where we installed also the Wi-Fi module, and we want to see the printer running a print from over Wi-Fi. Prusa printers, printables. What's your problem? What's the problem? Okay, so let's try if the login works. And then we should see the print starting on the printer in any moment. Let me see if this... we have a button now. Since I logged in now, there's a button here in the corner which says Send to Connect. So this is opening a new window and the printer is showing up. So our mini Bondtech printer is showing up. Add to the print queue. Confirm. I'm really curious if this is working now. That would be awesome. Because there is no Octoprint anymore. I just can use the printer with the internal Wi-Fi now. And before that, I also had to have a separate Raspberry Pi with Octoprint. Question is it downloading the stuff now? What's happening? Is it working? Is there any progress bar or something? Not sure. At least on the printer I don't see anything happening here. What about the Prusa? The app? Is the app telling us anything? Printing. Auf. Strange. What's happening? Is the printer doing anything? The printer is ready. It's just the only message that I get on the app. I see that in the cloud there is a file. I can select it to print, but why? What is happening? The printer seems to be ready and connected. It's interesting. The Wi-Fi connection is shown, IP address even. What else do I have to do? The interface could really use some work. Question is like, is it doing anything? Is it downloading the file maybe? Am I just have to wait, or is it? It can't be that slow, right? Information. Let me see. Network status is connected. Prusa connect. Ping is working. Okay. 17%, 15. What is that person? Interesting. So it looks like it's ready, but it's not printing. It's not getting any file. Why? Can we do this again? Yeah. It tells me the printer has received a file, but it's like not anything is happening. It just reports the printer as ready. Why is it not starting? Send to connect. PLA is all good. I mean, it's there. Skip the queue. Add as the next print job. Add to fourth position in queue. There's 4 things in the queue. Okay, that's weird. How is it possible that there's 4 things in the queue for this printer and there is nothing happening on the printer? Why? Active, paused, stopped. There's no arrows. But there's also no... Strange. What is happening, my friends? What is happening? Okay, Prusa Connect. Let's see what Prusa Connect gives us. Print queue. There is all these files. The file is not uploaded to the printer. That's probably true. Okay, let's remove everything again. The job was deleted. Job was deleted. So, printer files, dashboard. So the printer itself is ready. It's ready. Set as current. Keep. Okay, send to connect. So let's just try this again. Send the file Okay. Uploading the file. And now what is it doing? There is no storage device. Oh, okay, so I get it. We need a USB stick. So this is probably, there is no internal storage. That's right. There is no internal storage on the device. Retry transfer. Or maybe this is not working. I did not know that, to be honest. I wasn't like I had the intention or the impression that there would be some storage, but there is no storage. Yeah, that's right. So the file first needs to go to the USB. What is now happening? Is it starting the transfer? Is it working? %. Printer state changed to printing. Okay, let's maybe delete the second. Okay, there's multiple files on the thing now. But again, I think it's now working. That was just a missing USB stick was the problem. So it's needed to store the file, but it's now starting the print. That's awesome. Great. So let's wait for it. Let's add some music. For the next 28 minutes, maybe let's have some music to watch this. Let's at least a bit. Blind, you bought your first printer in 2017, but that's the same for me. My first printer was in 2017 was the Prusa. No, it was the ANIT A8 actually. It was the ANIT A8, and I made my first video in. It was in 2018 when I finished the ANIT A8 build, and I figured out a lot of the issues and the software problems. It was 2018 when we did the first video on the channel here. It's awesome. Maybe we should do kind of a before, like I was planning to disassemble the ANIT A8, the original one. I still have it. I still have the very first printer that we ever had on this channel. Also, I still have the AM8, which was the second printer that I built. I have no idea if this is still working, but maybe you should do like a ANIT A8 Firestarter Edition revival. Yeah, exactly, the Firestarter. We should do a Firestarter revival just to show, check if the printer is still working. So I'm not sure. Let's just double check that we're not pushing filament in. Okay, it's sticking. So that was my concern, that we maybe for the first print still have to adjust the Z distance. Might be I hope it's going to stick well enough. Otherwise we probably have to lower this, but this looks fairly good. Okay, there's layer number 2. I think like for that's is it Z hopping? Oh yeah, it's Z hopping. So that's probably another thing that we can disable, because Z hop is not really necessary for the speed benchy. I mean, you probably want to have it enabled for usual every single day printing, but for the speed benchy, I think it's fair to disable Z hop. Let me see. Yeah. It's risky, but let me see how much that makes difference. 1 minute. Setup is 1 minute. Retraction, yeah, can say the traction we shouldn't. Minimum travel. Probably wanna set the minimum travel to 3 millimeters or something. I mean, this is all within the rules. Now we are at 26 minutes. There you go. So we have a time that is at least equal to the original Prusa file. Yeah. I think we're getting there. We can maybe, if we figure the maximum flow rate, that's one, like, let me save the project as speed benchy, speedboat racing, mini. So we can try to figure this. I think Prusa Slicer, I'm not sure if Prusa Slicer actually has this calibration menu that Orca Slicer has. I don't believe it. But we can just use Orca Slicer to do it. Orca Slicer has a pretty nice calibration menu where all kinds of tests are just one click. You don't have to think about it. You just say, this is the... I mean, Prusa Mini is supported by Orca Slicer anyways. Just setting noise gate a bit higher, so we don't get that much printer noise. Target time for this one is, I think, 28 minutes, but we found a couple more settings that could push it down to 26. And it's with the input shaper. So curious for the result, like in terms of the quality with the input shaper for the Prusa Mini. But yeah, 26 minutes is already something that could work. In the meanwhile, I'm downloading the latest Orca slicer. It's 230, just released. And from there, we're gonna run a flow rate test so we can figure out, because the printer has been modified. It is it has the Bondtech IFS extruder, which is capable of pushing the filament harder, like it has a dual gear mechanism, and then also we have a different nozzle than the original, and also all metal hotend. And I think that the material is also high flow PLA, so we should figure out what is the maximum flow rate for this material versus the default setting. So we can probably push it a bit more to still get a good result. But just find out if we can use this specific material to print faster. I think the printer itself, like, there's not so much that we can do to print faster, except maybe a bit higher temperature. On top of that, higher acceleration values. Yeah, 26 minutes is not so, but I mean, for I would say today's comparison to another printer or the Core XY, I think my Benchy on the Z100 was it 8 minutes? I don't know, I don't remember the fastest one actually. I think the slowest one that I did was kind of 16 minutes, but there was still room for improvement. Pre-record and run at 2x speed, yeah, but we don't want to do that, right? Don't want to cheat. Okay, it's looking good. I think from a quality perspective, I'm not seeing any issues here so far. Nothing severe. Well, we have to take a closer look later, but so far it looks quite good. I think if you can print a Benchy at good quality in 30 minutes, it's fast enough. Yeah. Your 100 Benchy was 40 minutes. Yeah. So it was almost, yeah, it was exactly half from this. But there was still, I think I printed the one that was even faster than that. But at some point you're starting to change settings that are probably going into the cheating area, where you're not supposed to do actually, if you're like still within the rules of the Speed Benchy. You can of course modify and push it harder, but then some of the settings are kind of, I would say, forbidden, because there's always some settings that will help, or it can even decrease the infill, or I don't know, combine the infill layers, whatever. But with the combination of infill layers, I'm not sure if this is still within the rules. Yeah. Twice the price. Yeah. It's pointless at some point. It's fun. I think it's a lot of fun to have something like the V100 here, which is still up there in the rack. But can we do a little more relaxed? Let me see. Oh, that's not enough light. It's okay. Ads are running, so is it? Yeah. Why is that? Ads has an ad track and process. Okay, community is back. Ads are ads are gone. Like ads are done. I think you're back, right? I was just trying out the light. If we can go to the new light setup, but then everything is quite dark, at least at the the printer, so you don't see that much anymore. So the studio is in a kind of a moody. That's a bit better. Still not enough light to see everything, so going back to full power. Okay, it's good. For this kind of thing, it's not good if you to go to the colorful light. But yeah, maybe we can find some additional light source that makes this a bit more like fancy. Additional light directly in front of the printer, that as an optional light source, that could work. Hey, to the Carmen, good evening. Good. Kochelon, thank you for subscribing. I think we need to run the wheel. We need to run the wheel. New subscriber, new wheel. Let's do it. Didn't like the ads. But it's good. If you're subscribing, we're gonna run the wheel. Let's just prepare. Full screen. Where is it? Full screen? Boop. No. Here we go. Okay, so we're gonna run the wheel every time you sub. Oh my god, I'm nervous. I changed the wheel. There is a new one. It's just give 2 subs. Okay, so there's still the Reaper nuts and the Chipotle nuts. I'm nervous. My friends, I'm nervous. Let's do it. Gifting 2 subs. Congratulations to everybody. Gifting 2 subs. Let's do it. Okay, let's get out of full screen. Where's my browser? There we go. So it'll take me 1 second. Okay, we're giving 1 sub to Kinsley K1. And we give him 1 sub to Evo Clark. Congratulations. And I kind of got away with not eating the Reaper nuts, my friends. So we share the pain, right? You're subscribing, I'm gifting some subs. Now it just depends on the wheel, right? If the wheel says eat the nuts, then eat the nuts. Oh my goodness! You must be kidding me! You must be kidding me! Okay. Oh my goodness! You're not getting away from the nuts. Okay. Let me double check. What is the, I think the redeeming viewer rewards. Let me see what you can actually reward. What is currently available? Twitch is sometimes really confusing. Where are the settings? Rewards, viewer rewards, community, wow, analytics. This is really like something that Twitch should improve. Their the whole menu, because there's so many settings pages. And to find something, I think if you're really used to it, it might be working. But if you're just like streaming weekly, you're likely forgetting like, where was this setting again? Like, where was this other subsetting of the subsetting page? It's, oh my goodness. Where is it? I don't find it. Maybe later. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. I don't want this window here. Community. Power-ups and channel points. Manage power-ups. I think that's... Is it? It's power-ups. Rewards. Yeah, here we go. Eat a spoon of hot nuts. Okay. How many points are you earning, friends? That I have to eat so many hot nuts. It's in a sub menu. Oh my goodness. If you run Firefox with plugins, yeah. Here we go. That's the hot nuts. The brown stuff is the powder. Good. Oh, it's good that I'm eating hot stuff recently. Just have to win and win again, yeah. Oh. It's burning. It's good burning. Still playing music? Yeah. It's still burning. Afterburner is good. Oh my goodness. When you have to, like, if you're chewing it, then it's better. Just. Oh. Okay. Probably need to split this up into 2 different tiers. But I'm going to do it next time. The next level, what I was thinking, since we have this nice background light, I want to find a way generally how to integrate Twitch chat with my automation here, like the light stuff and so. And switches, because ideally I could make an alert also trigger some kind of light effect, right? So if someone redeems actually the hot nut stuff, it could go to this setting maybe, but like in a kind of a flashing mode or something, right? So I think that could be actually fairly interesting. just from a integration point of view. It's possible, yeah. My goodness, what am I doing here? So, how far are we into the how far are we into the print? Is it really that long? Are we since, like, is it realistic that we're printing since 52 minutes? No, it's not really, like, it's not true. 52 minutes? No. Let me double check. Did anyone stop the time? Printer says it's printing since 52 minutes. This is, how? No. This is not really. Can I rewind? Can someone just check? The printer says 52 minutes. This is unrealistic, right? It can't be 52 minutes. 20 minutes, yeah. That's more like, huh? Why? Printing time 53. Remaining time 5. How can you say that this is 53 minutes? It's completely off. I don't know. That's weird. Yeah, it's probably fine. Firmware bug or whatever. Counting twice the time, yeah. The timer runs on normal speed. Okay, so we're 22 minutes into the print. It's still weird. What's kind of strange? I'm pretty sure that I cleaned exactly this part here. I think it was pretty clean, was it? And now it's again kind of white. This is still dust from the. This is still from the heat paste. Also getting off. It's not really removing the stuff. Probably need to use a little brush to get it off. I feel that a lot of time is lost here. If you look at the printer, a lot of time is lost when it's changing or when it's retracting because it's doing the Z-top. And you can clearly see that the Z-top is stopping for like just a little stop and then it's resuming, but it's always the Z-top. So I definitely want to remove the Z-top for the next try. Feels like this is going to increase speed quite a lot. I mean, at least that shows me that it's two minutes faster without the Z-top and don't need it, if I'm honest. And it doesn't feel that the printer is already at its limits, so like acceleration wise, for example, I think we can push it. So let's have it finish that. In the meanwhile, I can go into Orca Slicer and probably. By the way, Black Triro, thanks for following. I was also like missing that. Let's go to Orca Slicer for a bit and find out if we can already have the Prusa Mini configured. So the printer is probably not yet in the list. Still burning. Still burning. I probably need to drink more. by the way, I was just finishing the multicolor print on the, that's the current test print that I did on the A1 with the AMS. So this multicolor print finished. Cute little raccoons. Flexi print in place, three different colors. Finally finished on the A1, and it finished on the A1. On the Creality, I have to give it a little more testing, see whether I can also make it work there. Hopefully, with some help from Creality, because I think there is a couple of things that need to be adjusted with this printer, so it will not run into this detection problem anymore. Why is this weird pop-up always showing up? Windows 11. So let's go back to Prusa. No, not to Prusa, to Orca Slicer. Please give me the list of printers. The Prusa Mini with input shaper. Here we go. Confirm. You see, it's super easy to add this printer. Just one click. Now we are using some kind of generic PLA. .2 speed. Doesn't really matter that much if you just do the calibration, and that's what I think. This is something that Prusa is missing. I think they don't have this. Have they? I think they don't have a calibration menu. And the printer is done. Just finishing. Print time. What was the print time? 59 minutes. I think it was more like 26 or 28 minutes. So it was kind of what was also in the prediction. Now let's take a look at the outside for the shell. I think it looks pretty well. So there's no real issues, I would say. So for a 28-ish minute print. Also no, let me zoom in a bit, hopefully this is still focusing. Also like there's no ringing, so I think the input shaper is working pretty well. So, let's try this way, maybe it's better this way. So I'd say the overall print result, I like it. Almost zero stringing happening here. Well, I'd say not bad. Not bad for 28 minutes. We could try the 26-minute version. But before that, I really wanna find out the limits of the material with the printer. What is happening? Windows 11, why is there always this weird pop-up coming? There's always this kind of weird news pop-up that nobody really needs. So let's see. Orca Slicer calibration, flow rate pass 1. What's YOLO? Recommended. I have no idea. What's YOLO? Is this new? Oh, okay. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Discard. I wanted the flow rate pass 1. What was it? No, max flow rate was it? Max flow rate. That's a different test. Max flow rate. So we're starting at, I would say we're starting at 10 cubic millimeters per second, because that's like, we have 14 in the material. I mean, could start at like yeah, want to get a little bit headroom so we can see better. So starting at 10, ending at 20, I think is reasonable because the material itself was rated with 20, but of course that depends on the nozzle and on the whole whole system basically. So 10 to 20 cubic millimeter per second. It's not that high, and no other changes. And I think here we cannot resend it, so we have to pull the USB stick out and use that. Yes, export to the stick. Yes, save it. Oh, it's the stick, is it? G-code files. Is it drive D? Is it? It's okay. They have a new file format. It's called BG code. Yeah, so probably binary G code compressed. Okay, so that's good. We can now move the stick back to the printer and take a look at the max flow rate tests. And then what we need to do is be carefully watching, or like, yeah, I mean, you just can also just let it run, but we need to figure out at which layer is the print quality starting to suffer, and then calculate from that height, basically reverse calculate basically the flow rate. That's pretty simple. You just take the millimeters where you think it's still fine, multiply that with 0.5 and you have your value. And of course we need to add 10 to that result because we started at 10. So basically starting at the lowest layer is 10, and then every single millimeter increasing by 0.5 cubic millimeters until we reach 20. The thing with going with Ubuntu, I would be in for it, but the thing is that a lot of the drivers that I need for the setup here is not working there. So it's really it's more like Windows. I'm kind of stuck with Windows in this whole streaming setup because there's lots of hardware in this computer that is not supported by Linux. For example, the 4-channel 4K capture card from Blackmagic Design is not working with Ubuntu currently. Maybe it will be supported at some point, but it doesn't work. I gave it a try, and so there is also more stuff in the computer that is, from a driver perspective, is not supported. Maybe it's just a matter of time. But for now, I mean, it's kind of working. I probably need to disable this weird thing in the taskbar that can we disable widgets? Yeah, I'm just gonna disable these kind of widget stuff. Don't need it. I think widgets was the issue. Widgets, like the widgets that pop up when you kind of hit a certain area of the screen or push, I think it was the Windows button or another button, I don't know. But it shouldn't come up again. So I have some hope that with the max flow rate, because the max flow rate ultimately defines the maximum print speed. You can set your print speed as high as you want, but it's always going to be limited by the flow rate. The flow rate setting will dial down your speed. And so unless we figure that, we cannot really see any change from an increased print speed setting. I'm sticking to Windows 10 with a Windows 7 start menu style. Okay. Fair enough. My goodness, we have 30 people watching on YouTube and so little of them are chatting. Don't be shy. You can leave your questions in the chat, but there's so many good people here in the chat who have lots of experience with 3D printing. I would say me included. I'm always careful to say that. 30 people on Twitch watching, so if you have questions, just go. Just chat. I'm always happy to have some. I also Saad R. I didn't greet you. Sorry for that. There's so many people, and I would love to greet you, but you just need to raise your voice and say hello in chat. Don't be shy. Twitch chat is the chat that you see on screen, by the way. That is the only restriction, but I will also answer YouTube chat messages. I see them here in my combined chat window. Yes, they're lurking in the background, lurking. Everyone's lurking. YouTube, what are you doing? What's the next bigger project? Good question. The project is pending. It's pending, and I need to start. I was like, when do we start? How do we start? Next project, I really want to print something huge again. The issue is it's already the 27th and we only have like 20 days to Easter, and I wanted to print a huge Easter bunny. The thing is, I'm probably very late with this project, but yeah, let's do it anyways. The design is already done. I just didn't get to start, to be honest. Just had so many other things to do that it kind of got lost. But yeah, it's a bigger print project, multiple pieces. So I cut the print into smaller pieces with Luban, which is software that auto cuts bigger prints into smaller chunks, and also does all of the dowels that you can basically use as connection points. More or less automated, and then you get a huge list of files, and basically also like an Excel sheet with all of the names of the files, and also like you can also go back to the software and find the location of every single file, which is of course at some point super important if you have like 100 different pieces and you don't know where they go anymore. That's funny. It could be quite funny, but yeah, in the end that's what I want to do, like really print the bigger project. Still didn't start because I had so many things on my list. Wanted to fix this printer, then I still had a lot of the testing going on with the Creality High. I still think that the Creality High it has potential, I would say. It has potential if Creality manages to fix the software a bit. So some of the things that probably are related to simply software. I think the hardware is actually pretty good. But as usually, the software is the limitation and sometimes just needs... Do you want to fix my printer on stream? What printer? Tell me more. What's the printer? The V100? Okay, what's wrong with it exactly? Tell me. Doesn't work. Yeah, probably doesn't work, yeah. Didn't change the Wi-Fi, was changing to a new router. Ah. So you can't connect to it anymore. I think that's probably a fairly easy switch to do. Yeah. But like, sorry, like I forgot. Like probably you mentioned that at some point. Where are you from? I'm really bad at remembering. That's London. I see. I see. Okay. You see, for me to fix it, you should probably need to send the printer to me, right? I mean, that could be interesting. Could be funny to do. Would be the kind of a premiere on a channel that someone sends me a printer to fix it. But why not? Could be fun. So if you can package that printer fairly well into a box and send it. We could try it. Like, why not? I have no idea what I'm committing here to. Oh my goodness. But if it's like these kind of things, Raspberry Pi stuff, yeah, it's probably, for me, it's probably no problem. We can do it. I hope that other people are not thinking then, okay, I'll send my stuff to Daniel also, like he's gonna fix it for free. I'm fixing it for content, my friends. Just for content. We need more content. Road trip, yeah. The thing is, since we have quite a lot of people on the channel now, is anyone here who is going to go to the how's it called? Maker Faire Prague. You know where Prusa is located. It is in, let me see, when's the exact date? It's in May, I guess. Is anyone going? Because I'm going there. That's already done. It's also settled. The hotel is booked. Let me see. Maker Faire Prague 2025. Its exact date is 10th and 11th of May. So I'll be there. I will also be on the Chaos Stammtisch. If anyone is here from Germany and you know Chaos Drucker, I'm gonna be there on the next Stammtisch 10. So you can hit me up there if you're from Germany. Just for the German people watching, if you want to have a chat, I'm always happy to get to know more people from the community in person. Again, I'm going to the next Stammtisch. I think it's in April, and Maker Faire Prague is my the two next things I'm going. Next one, end of the year, I'm also considering going for the the UK Rap Festival on how's it called, Mortimer, the guy from ECD, Mortimer Rap Festival, Sanjay Mortimer, so SMRFF, I think it's called something, or RF. That's flats now. Sanjay Mortimer Rap Festival. My God, what a tongue breaker. But yeah, I wanted to go there. Last year, actually, and I had to cancel because I got sick. But I'm doing a new try this year. I'm taking a new run. So let's see if I can make it. I didn't book anything yet, but probably gonna get the invitation soon. Then the other thing that I'm planning, if you're interested, let me know. When I'm going to Prague, I'm also trying to get into the Prusa factory. They already agreed that I'm gonna get a factory tour. So we're gonna film a lot in the factory, make a little video about it. Probably also gonna film the road trip. May have some people joining me on the road trip, but we're gonna try to film this and then also go to the factory and also make a few things are detaching from the build plate. I just see. That's not good. I think that. Damn it. Probably need to start the calibration again. Just a second. The thingy is detaching. Why? Yeah, probably. Let me see. Probably need some glue, or we have to push the first layer a bit more. I'd say just do two things. Quickly put some easy adhesive. I mean, this is my, I would say, day-to-day cheap spray that I'm using for adhesion. 3D Jake Easy Adhesive. It works. The 3D Luck is probably the better one, but it's also more expensive. Let's do some little coating, small coating, and additionally, and that's going for a couple of prints, like you don't have to do this every single time. There's people that say, yeah, you don't need adhesion spray for anything. I think it's helpful. And Spline was living on, like, just down the street, actually, where the festival was. Interesting. What happened to Sanjay? I don't exactly know what happened to him. I think he was probably sick. No one really knew, and he maybe not even himself. I think he was just unfortunate. I see. There's a couple of people that that were living in the same place or very close. That's funny. So we are trying the calibration print one more time. This time with some spray, because it's a very, very thin layer that's probably not sticking that well. The brim is probably not enough, and we need to push it a bit more to probably lower the nozzle by 0.05 or something. I didn't have to do this for the Benchy, but I also see that the first layer of the Benchy it could use a little more squeeze, just a tiny bit, like probably really just 0.05 millimeters more closer to the bed. That's maybe just what we need here. Forgot. Oh, it's already on 1 o'clock almost at night. So live adjust that. Let's do it as soon as it starts. Okay, so minus, I think minus 0.5. Let's see. It's pretty elevated still, so you can push it a little bit further. Feels still pretty high actually, the layer. Still room for surprise. 0.1 more, and it's still not that squeezed. I would say this is fine. Just need a little bit more adhesion, just a bit more squeeze. Okay, this looks good, looks good. And with the spray on top, or it's probably going not to detach again. The UK, I haven't been in the UK for a while. And the last time was, let me think about it. I think it was when I applied at Google. Maybe that was the last time I was. That's not actually true. Actually, when I was hired at my current job, I was going to London for the new hire week, basically at Amazon, AWS. So that was in 2018. Actually, it was fun. It was a lot of fun. It was in the summer. Weather was nice. There was actually a festival down at the Thames, and there was so many shops there. It was nice. It was actually nice. Really good thing to remember from London. Just cleaning up a little bit here. Some cables that I uninstalled today. I actually removed 2 microphones up here, didn't use them for such a long time. 2018 was really great summer, yeah, it was awesome. It was really awesome. I think I was even twice in London in 2018. Because there was the new hire event and there was another training a couple of weeks later, and it was all in summer. It was perfect. It was really perfect. I loved it. The fun part of that event was we did. I think it was one of the first evenings. We had a colleague from the UK. I think he was also living in London. He has been living in London, or is still living in London, and he did a pub crawl with us, with a group of 30 employees, like 30 new people in the company. They did a pub crawl. I can't remember that. We visited probably, I don't know how many pubs actually. The problem is I don't remember it, because after the pub number 4 and the 4th pint, I was kind of, I don't remember. I don't remember anymore what other pubs we visited afterwards. I'm sure that we visited other pubs, and I'm sure that we did every single pub we had a beer. So like after number 4, yeah, I can remember the pub crawl. That's a good point. Like I kind of still remember, but I forgot later. Like I really don't remember the last couple of pubs, and I don't know how we got back to the hotel. Yeah, it's hard to remember. It was borderline. Probably someone ordered a cab or something. But it was fun. I was the last. I was in the last cohort where we actually did that. First of all, like where we did an on-site onboarding for a week, and like just the year later, everything was already virtual, and everything was reduced year over year. There was less and less of that, like on-site. Of course, COVID changed almost everything. But yeah, for the next couple of say, generations of people who came, it is really unfortunate that there was nothing in person anymore. It's like it really was such a good connection that I had to the people there, built some friendships. I think this is not possible over just a video call. However, I feel that here on Chime, on Twitch and YouTube, I think I feel that I'm getting to know you more. A couple of people, although I can't remember everything that you're telling me all the time, I think it's still fun to hang out and potentially meet you someplace someday in person. That's why I'm trying to come to the events, because I want to get to know more people. Yeah, it's definitely one goal that I have now. I kind of neglected this topic for a good amount of, like, of course, COVID and then stuff, but neglected this topic of coming to the events, visiting the events, visiting creators there, people who love the hobby. I want to do that more now. I think it's time. Lots of pubs are closing down. Yeah. Do you know why? Is it really? We need to do a pub crawl. That's actually a good one. Yeah. I would love to. I think it's a good idea. I need to find a good reason to go to London. Maybe I can find a business trip reason to come. There's always some chance to do that. But pubs are closing down. It's a good question. Why are pubs closing down? Is it that less people go to pubs nowadays, or is it more expensive? Smith. To fix my printer, could fix a bit at every pub. So we should we carry the printer to the pub? I'm not sure what the people at the pub will tell us. Like, what are you bringing here? Can we use your power plug? We want to run the printer. It's like, no, this is my new laptop. I want to charge it. Can I charge my laptop here? Then you bring the printer and plug it in, and this is what kind of laptop is that? Oh my goodness. Well, again, like to them, Carmen, like, why are pubs closing? Maybe do you have some insights on that? Is there a story behind it, or is it a kind of common theme? Someone has to, like, maybe someone has to bring a huge power station, like a huge battery. So it's the battery, here's the printer, we're gonna run it in the pub, and then we're gonna move on to the next one. No idea why exactly. Yeah, I mean, in Germany, same thing after COVID. A lot of the restaurants, and also because of politics, changed the tax rate for eating out. I think has been changed 2 or 3 times now in a row. Like it went from 19 to 7, back to 19, and now they want to move it back to 7 or 6 even. And that had a huge influence on the prices, and like general inflation had a huge effect on the meal prices. And I think also during COVID, a lot of the restaurant owners that were not, let's say, full restaurant owners their whole life, who were just doing it for like maybe a couple of years, they realized, oh, I can maybe live with less work. Maybe I can just get another job and earn the same. And also, like all the waiters and stuff, they realized, yeah, well, it's just better work in another industry. I don't have to work these crazy times, don't have to work at the weekend. That's why a lot of German restaurants have they can't find people anymore, and so a lot of them started just closing on certain days of the week, more and more, like because they didn't get enough people to really cater every single day of the week, or like usually they take one day of the week, but now they're taking 3 days off. And then others closed because they were kind of upset about everything and say, I just can't do it anymore, I can't take it anymore, it's just too much regulations, too much also pushback from customers because we have to raise the prices. I'm just not gonna do it anymore. And then a lot of chains are taking over these restaurants, which is also a kind of common theme, that there's huge chains, burger chains, steak restaurant chains, which are more and more taking over these places. And there's actually a new burger chain that's kind of spreading now in Germany, which I didn't know yet. Actually, I forgot the name, but it's in Munich. It's quite popular. And so, like, that's more becoming the usual. And all these traditional owners, which only have one restaurant or something, one traditional pub or whatever, are closing down. Right? And eating out is also getting more expensive. People don't go out eating that much anymore. That might be the second reason. But it's also not only about the individual people going eating, but it's really also about the owners not wanting to work that hard anymore, or that long shifts, because especially because they can't get people, because everyone is like, after COVID or during COVID, found other jobs and not coming back to the industry because it's easier. And so the owners had to work more again. Now, like, they couldn't just delegate lots of things, find waiters, find cooks and stuff. And so they had to do a lot more themselves, work even more hours. I think a lot of them got just sick of it and say, I'm not doing it anymore, it's too much. Yeah, I mean, we have a strong pub and bar tradition, but still, a lot of the traditional ones are closing. Maybe not in Munich Central, there is probably still enough money there, but in our city, which is a smaller town outside of like really far, like 50 kilometers out, there's lots of smaller cities around Munich, and there's definitely you can see it and feel it, like that a lot of the restaurants there are struggling, and some of them have already closed. Some have new owners, which is fine, but the prices are also going up. So it's like, it is, I would say, still a lot of them are not reopening, most likely. Yeah, it's kind of a trend. Drinking alone at home. I don't know. That's actually something I'm not doing. I don't like that. Thank you, LTX Designs, for following. We're chilling out here. I'm waiting for the max flow rate test to finish. It's already 1 o'clock. My goodness. I have to work tomorrow, so I'm pretty exhausted. I think we're gonna finish that, set the new settings, and then move on to next week's stream to do more testing. In the meanwhile, I'm gonna keep you updated throughout the week how it goes. Also need to order at least a spare heat sock. I think it's not really needed. Originally it doesn't have it, but it's better in terms of like consistent temperature. Also trying to get into this beta program for this Prusa Easy Print app. Currently can't get access to it, but I have some contact at Prusa. I'm gonna try to get access into the app. Actually, we're gonna talk tomorrow with Prusa, so it's like a good chance to ask them. Say, hey, We just did this live stream. Why don't you invite me to the Prusa app? So, is there any sign of quality decrease? No, I think not. And we are, what a layer are we? It's 9.6 millimeters. That means we have already, let's say we're at 10 millimeters. 10 millimeters means we have 15. Yeah, it's 15. We should be 15 cubic millimeters per second. Still not showing any signs of issues. So 15 is already safe. So with every millimeter, the cubic volume, the cubic flow rate is increased by 0.5 cubic millimeter per second. So now it's good. The original limit was 14, which is the default for the printer, and basic PLA. And this is high flow PLA from Isan. And it's probably will have a higher limit with this printer. So we're already at 11 and still not showing any problems. But yeah, we will see. We are going until we reach 20. That's the upper limit of this test. I think we'll probably see some issues quite soon. Just a guess. Still doing fine, but it's likely going to happen soon. So anything strange? Not yet. I think the shininess is changing slowly. It's going from a little matte to more, let's say, more shiny now. It might also just be a cooling effect, but I think there might be some issues very soon. It's just a guess. It's like just from the reflectiveness of the material that's changing now. It's probably changing since 2 millimeters. It's a bit different now, and that could mean that we're soon reaching the limit. Still, the layers are pretty good. There's no sign of like an interruption of the extrusion, which is usually like where little drops happen or little interruptions happen. It's not yet happening now. We're at 14 millimeters. So how to calculate the flow rate is you basically multiply this value by 0.5 and then add 10, because we started at 10. Still no issue. It's pretty good. Pretty consistent. So we are at 17.5 cubic millimeters, and it's still working, but I think now I've seen something might be a little bit of an issue now. Just probably wait for a couple more rounds. It's gonna break up now. It's probably gonna stop working. Now it's I see. So the extruder did just give the first clicking noise, and that's mostly an indication that it's at the limit. It can't push the filament faster. Right, so mostly when the filament starts like grinding, and now it's definitely happening. So it's grinding. Yeah, and we are at like 17-ish millimeters. So we're at the limit now. It's definitely not going faster. The only way to maybe get a little bit more out of it is increasing the temperature, but this is not a good thing. Not a recommendation I would make. Yeah. So I guess we can stop it here. So there was already the first issue here where basically the extrusion was stopping and it was continuing on the other side of this curve. So definitely, I think the last really good layer was 2 millimeters below. So if we go roughly measuring, I think 17 was the thing when it really was still good. But we can try to measure. It's just a matter of finding roughly the right value. But yeah, it's pretty much 17 or 16. Conservative, I would say. We're carefully going somewhere around, yeah, I think 17. I don't know. I would say anything above 17 was not good anymore. It was starting to fail. It wasn't failing yet, but 17 was probably the very upper limit. So how to calculate that now? Again, if we say 17, we want to go for 17, what we do is we take the 17 millimeters, multiply by 0.5, which is like the multiplier. Every single millimeter we increased by 0.5 cubic millimeters per second, and then we add 10, which was the base where it started. 10 cubic was the lower limit. Now we know that 18.5 cubic millimeters is the limit of this printer with this material, right? It's really that combination. It's not anything general. It's a high flow PLA. That means only that filament will probably have this this limit. And another what was it? Where's my calculator? Was it gone? Damn it. So it was like 17 times 0.5 plus 10, 18.5. I forgot about it. So 18.5. So we can say 18.5. I think we can also use digits. Yes. Okay, so 18.5 cubic millimeters max volumetric speed. And again, this is for this, like I didn't create a preset for the material yet, so I probably have to revert this setting, go to the advanced and make sure that I'm only changing this specific value. And now I can save this as a new preset and call it ESON HF PLA, right? And that's only this filament in this specific setting. Any other material, we'll have to basically redo the test to figure the maximum value. Right. So did that change anything in the print time? Likely not, because this is a balance, right? You set the print speed to a specific maximum value, and then you have the flow rate. And the one value that is higher is going to, or the lower value is going to determine the maximum speed. And I saw that increasing the print speed doesn't really change anything unless you increase the volumetric flow rate limit. And then you can increase the print speed again until you reach that limit again. Say, okay, the speed will then really exceed what is possible at some point, and then we can try again to, I mean, you don't have to match the speed perfectly, because the volumetric flow rate is the ultimate limit. So you can set your print speed to 500 and it doesn't matter, because the slicer will limit print speed unless you disable that. But it's the usual way to do it is the slicer will auto calculate the specific print speed at the very moment, knowing the maximum flow rate. It will not exceed what's possible. So you can basically just set it to any value high enough, the print speed, and it will never exceed what is actually capable to do. Good. So 26 minutes is probably the thing that we can reach. I'm going to save this project again, and I will do a couple more tests throughout the week, probably getting some spare part. I'm still thinking, should I upgrade to the Revo Hotend? It could be nice, because then we can also use a high flow nozzle very easily, just replacing it by screwing it in. So issue, it's a really easy thing to do. And so that's the idea. With that, I want to really thank you a lot for coming, watching, staying as long as you did. Still like 30 people watching in total. Amazing. And concluding that we have done all the maintenance to this printer here, the good old, actually not that old, but old enough Prusa Mini. Did all the oiling and greasing already, cleaned the nozzle. I mean, it's still a little bit of corrosion, but that's not the worst actually. Yeah, and it's working. New firmware, Wi-Fi is working. Actually, great result for the evening. I love it. So I'm gonna do more printing on it now, just for fun. So with that, I want to say, have a great evening, have a great day wherever you are, what time it is at your place. I wish you a great week. Stay healthy, and we're gonna see each other. Either you're watching the short videos that I'm doing throughout the week. I'm happy if you do so, because I'm always giving a little bit small updates on what's going on, what are the test results looking like for the current things that I'm doing. And then next week we're gonna have a new live stream and like announcing the topic. I hope I can announce the topic a bit earlier than this time. It was like super short notice, but we'll do it next week. We'll continue to give you some updates on this guy here, and then hopefully also some news about the Creality High. How is it going there? Did I resolve the issues? I'm still working on it. I have some ideas how to improve the results, that especially the failures with the filament detection. And yeah, we'll keep you updated. Talk to you soon. Bye bye. Good night.